Alright. Let's get this going. Play around a bit in standard. My stash is going to be a disaster. Oh, it's horrible. I should probably clean this thing up occasionally. I'll get rid of these tabs. I never mess with standard. I don't even want this stuff. Isn't that supposed to move them to the top? Yeah, okay, good. So we can at least... That's what I wanted. So we can kind of ignore these. Oops, hold on. I think that's all the normal tabs at the top. Maps. Where's my maps? I missed some somewhere. Aha. Oh, wrong one. Okay. Now, I should be able to just mostly ignore those. Antonia, the remove only tabs, will those go away on their own?
Log out, or go to character select.
Do I have to empty them first?
Yeah, be completely empty.
I can't just delete them? I want them gone, I don't want them. Let this be a lesson to you kids. Don't ever ignore your standard account. This is awful. Oh my god. Converting maps is... Oh my lord. I hit the button and there's like 3,000 maps it's converting. Why'd I do this?
Convert the current Switch. So
But I can't.
Still gonna have to take all those and sell them all to make them new maps.
I have to convert.
That's actually
So, okay, convertception. I have to convert the maps to convert the maps?
Throw them to the vendor. You'll get current maps and just throw them into.
Just empty the map tab. There's like 3,000 maps. That's
You're not a hoarder. You can't appreciate.
I might just not. Maybe I'll just ignore this. This is terrible. If anybody has knowledge of a better way to deal with these remove onlys, like if there's a button to just delete them, if anyone knows a button to just delete them, please. I don't want the stuff in them, I just want the tabs gone. Whatever, deal with it later. It's not the purpose of this stream. Crap, I need to at least get my currency out. So I will have to interact with at least the currency ones and the map ones because I have to do maps. Okay. But to an extent, I'll have to deal with this. That labeled 5. Weird. Okie dokie. Well, if anyone has a topic of conversation or anything they want to know, feel free to chat while I deal with this disaster. Any discussion anyone wants to have? I think we'll play around with some different farms today. Getting bored of the Delirium farm. Might branch out. Don't think I'll change my tree a lot, but I might do some of the other events that I can link in with it for funsies. Unless somebody has any ideas or anything they want to see. Otherwise, I'll probably just chat. Chat and farm. May likely need these, so we'll pull these. I don't even know why this stuff's down here. What does Standard League even do? Tabs are horrible. Yeah, I can gamble with those. I definitely got to keep those. Need to set all of these. It's kind of weird it didn't set some of these automatically. Meta. Oops, yeah, I'll fix that in a second. Get these sorted out. Lyrium's important to me. Okay, so let's order these. Lyrium's important to me. Light. Currency maps divvy. So currency maps divvy blight or Lyrium Blight. I think I like that. Fragments, I want to move just one over. Rename this. No, I ruined it all. There. And actually, I want frags to be over here because I'll be using those a lot for scarabs. Do that. All right. So let me grab what I can. There's probably no reason to grab the. It's not right now. Hello? Maps tab? Oh, those have to convert. So I do have to convert them. It won't even let me put them in, Antonia. It won't even let me put the other maps in. I have to convert them first. The maps.
Sell them. Vendor.
The vendor. Assuming I don't want them.
No, if you sell old maps from your remove tabs to the vendor, they will make new maps.
Oh. It's the same map.
Yes, but it's a current version. You can put it in your map tab.
Okay, I'll just trust you. We sell them all. So why is that different from just converting the tab?
Sometimes it doesn't work. It also takes a while.
Let's see how long the conversion takes.
And sometimes
that is slow.
It can't.
Oh, it's slow because it's converting every single map and every single.
Right, but sometimes it can't. You have to sell them when
you're. See, guys, I'm learning. Been playing this game for 8 years and I'm still learning stuff. We're gonna let it finish. We'll see how effective this is.
Read more details.
Oh no. I'm so sorry. You guys can't see my face. Oh no.
Oh, converting also deletes.
Why would converting? Well, we'll find out. I don't need the uniques. I do, however, need to fix my webcam. Nobody can see my beautiful face while I stream. Why is that not working? I know. I had this happen the other day and I had to restart. I may have to restart the stream. My devices are fighting with each other. See if we can fix it without. Maybe. I don't know why OBS does this sometimes. It just does not want my camera. Oh. Fixed. Because I'm good. Alright. So now we don't have to restart the stream. Hooray! All fixed. Okay. Let's let this thing finish its converting. And then we will play around with some maps. See what other content we can mess with. Definitely think it's faster to do it manually, but manually is manual. And it definitely converts the uniques. My next question is whether this is going to convert all remove tabs or just this one. No, don't need to do them all. Okay. Yeah, I thought so. So it only does the current tab. All right. Well, that should have gotten us enough maps to dink around with. So they all have little coin stacks next to them. Is that what you meant? Do they still have to be sold? No. No, they're fixed now. Okay, good. I don't know what the coin stack means. Don't care. Alright, so we've got our maps. We don't have... currencies. Just empty that so it gets rid of it. Already empty, weird. So it didn't get rid of all of them. Weirdly, it kept cursed crypts. Oh, it actually kept... Weird. Okay. You were right, there were ones it could not auto-convert. Hmm. Very, very weird. Okay. Why? Yeah, I've done a horrible thing. Okay. Jump tab. Could just delete them. Sure. We'll give this map affinity. They can all just go here. I'll leave the other tabs alone. They can just sit there. Okay, so we got the maps we need. We can play around with that. Currencies. Yeah, don't really need those. Don't need those. We can turn those into... And does it not preset these? That's what I don't get. Okay. Okie dokie. Need meta. Don't need meta unless we decide we want to play around with it, but for now we won't worry about it. Don't need any of that. No telling which league all this stuff even came from. Obviously not this one, there's not nearly enough of it. Always take chromatics. And I won't really need them unless we get some god tier sword, which we won't. We won't. not many swords that I could improve from this one. Did that? I did a thing. Okay. I think we'll need any more of those. I'll grab those. Always like to mess with altar. Yeah. Again, if I need them, I'll come back to them. That tab can stay, don't care. So many sextants. Okay. Back later again. Mm-hmm. So many ignored prior leagues. Grab all this money in case we decide to do something with it. All this currency I sit on at the end of every league and don't do anything with. Those standard league things. But I guess I can dink around in between leagues from now on, eh? And we can play around in standard in between the leagues being active. Maybe we'll find something fun to play with. New build or something. Will I stray from Wild Strike? Doubtful. But in between leagues, who knows? Maybe I'll play around some other stuff. I just love Wild Strike way too much. It's too fun. Okay. I want those, but I'll worry about it later. I don't even know what happened in this league. Some weird currency in this tab. Weird. Wonder why this was just in a tab. So strange. Just run out of places to put it? I'll come deal with this later. This is too much. I think I have enough currency to be able to do some stuff.
Need currency.
I have tons. I have plenty of currency. It's just in remove only. I just don't want to deal with it right now.
This for a very low.
Very low wife fee to organize my stash. Maybe some other time when I'm not streaming. Right now, I just need the stuff I need. It's definitely not that. That's not the right delirium tab. That's one. Light maps. So we got that. Don't need that. I wish they at least put the same tabs together. That would be nice. Okay, well, there's my delirium stuff from this league. At least there's that. Grab that map, grab that map. Grab those, the rest of those are just random. Did want to grab those, because I think I'm going to mess with... Oh no, put the delirium maps away. Whatever. We clicked them, they're gone. Find them later. Mess with some simulacrums and stuff. See, this is why, because it's putting my stuff in random tabs. Just random tabs that aren't even marked. Probably because there's nowhere to put them. My Biscos. But that Biscos is better. And yeah, probably won't need those. So we have that stuff. So much randomness. Too bad Crucible's gone. Those were just empty from a prior. Might end up using those. We definitely want to grab them. Right. Alrighty, ready. That's just, I don't even know what to do with that. That Divi card tab is just gonna stay there. That's a big no. That is a big old no from me. Those, yeah, cool, those can go right in. I think that's all that really matters there. Some scarabs from a past league. I'll be using scarabs, and if I want those. So many lines. That looks like a more current tab. Not crazy amounts, but might end up being useful to us while thinking around for the next couple days. Mm. All right. I can go into the other tabs here. Almost forgot. Yay, scarabs for our farm. I'm amazed my wife isn't over here asking me to give her this stuff yet. Standard league, give me all your stuff. That's the usual. I play the league and then I get robbed. Well, yeah, you take some stuff during the league, but I get to mostly keep my nice things until the league starts over again. This is the worst thing GGG ever did, was not make these auto-incorporate themselves. Hate them for this. None of those matter. Alright. Don't get distracted. Keep the scarabs. What? You're gonna try Zoomancer next league or now?
I'm gonna try it right now to see if I like
Yeah, definitely try your builds now. Because once the league starts, you're going Orabot. I mean, what? Come on, I need you to Orabot me. We need to duo these maps.
I keep it to us.
Everybody deserves an Aura wife. I mean, Orabot. If you don't have an Aura wife, are you even playing PoE correctly? Oh god, more cards. No. Wait. Did it again. It didn't go in the tab. You guys watching are supposed to remind me when I go away from the tab. Supposed to be like, no, you didn't get the scarabs. Go back. Okay. More cards, oh god. I do wish they hadn't made some of this content just unfun. Some of it I just don't enjoy anymore. Just too bad. Like Harvest. I used to farm Harvest so hard.
What the fuck is a fugitive?
And I just can't even stand Harvest anymore.
Fugitive.
I don't care about these. Get out of here.
What's a fugitive?
That's the new boot with the Chaos Res implicit, but anything with an implicit is crap because you're going to replace it with the Exarch and the Eater of Worlds anyway. Eater of Squirrels. Yeah, so don't even bother. The Eater of Squirrels and the Exarch will replace the implicits. It's just a new version of the boot with Chaos Res. They're good early.
I just.
What do you mean you can't use them?
I don't.
Oh. They're really good league starter boots because they get you the Chaos Res that's hard to use, or hard to get. But once you don't need the Chaos Res, there's no point. You just dump them and then you move on. I almost forgot the scarabs again. I almost moved tabs. So many scrabs. Maps I'll deal with later. Deal with that later. We might have enough currencies now. Don't like leaving miscellaneous scrabs though. My poor miscellaneous scrabs. Okay, I'll deal with the rest of that. I think later, as long as I have... Yeah. Okay. I think we've got enough stuff sorted out that we can farm now. Alright, so... let's enjoy some mapping. What?
Have an alls that goes dexterity.
No. Do I have a... No, I do not. I don't use dexterity alls. Oh, actually, I think I do have a hatred alls somewhere. Now that I'm thinking about it. JK. Wait, I gave you one. The character in the league that just ended, you had my hatred alls. I bought you one.
Yeah, but it's.
What do you mean discipline? I could have swore I gave you an alls that was... You know what? I may have given it to somebody else. It is possible that I gave it to somebody else. But it's also possible that I have one sitting somewhere. Don't know.
Wait, you're streaming.
It's fine. You know, don't say anything dumb, aka bad. Yeah, I don't know. I can't find one. Okay, back to mapping. Enough wife distraction. It's gonna drive me nuts. Why do all my maps have this little money symbol? Well, if you come over here, there's a little stack of coins on each of the map slots. This. But they don't sell for anything. It's not like I have to convert them. They're usable as is. Why is that little coin there?
What does that mean?
I have no idea what it means. I'll just ignore it. Whatever. Yeah, I don't
Oh,
know.
it's a cell tab. Click up here.
What?
Right click. Sorry, left. Right click. Yeah, it's a cell tab. You're
Oh.
selling them.
Why was that public? Well, we figured it out. All right. Cool. Not sure why it was marked as a public tab. The mystery solved. Okay. And we got some nice deli maps already pre-made. We'll stick those there. Run a couple maps. Does my map device have stuff in? Yeah, it does. Okay, they automatically keep your map device. Cool. So my Blighty, my Divvies, my Arby's. So what other scarab do I want to bother with? Could do Legion. Though I don't really care about Legion. Metamorph, Sulfide. I do have spirits in most of my maps. Yeah, why not? We'll throw some spirit boys in there. Always Exarch. That's how we play. We only Exarch. Exarch life. Alright. Well, we got some... Only 32 crafts remaining. Wow, we have so few. Huh. Maybe later. Ooh, shrines. I do love shrines. I have shrine bonuses in my Atlas tree. Shrines are the best, honestly. I already have Rampage. Although the Quant is nice. Harbingers. Oh. Oh my. Well, we're gonna use these all because they're here, and why not? So, I think for now, let's just make the map really, really laggy, and let's just throw a lot of extra Harbingers in there. Let's really, really lag my map out. I don't like these. Like, I know this is so disgraceful that I don't like any of these events that you can push into the map. But they do enhance mob count, so... Hate the temple. Einhar is always fun, but Einhar messes with Exarch altars appearing. So does Syndicate, so meh. We'll keep it as we got it, and we'll go. Alright. Let's get some juicy farm in. Oh, you dirty game, you. I didn't realize that. What a waste. That's fine. We'll leave and just make a new one. I didn't realize that it did that. Now I gotta remember how I had this. Nim 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 nim. Is there a way to look at my Atlas tree from the league that just ended? Is that saved somewhere?
Character. Go to your character.
It reset it. No, it reset it. It automatically reset my Atlas tree.
Oh,
It refunded all the points.
no.
Sad.
Unless you saved it on like a week.
Big sad. Okay. Well, I know what events I did, so we will just try and remember. Nim, 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 nim. Those, but I'm pretty sure. Was it like this? Because I know I had those. I gotta remember what my pathing was. I should have taken a screenshot of this. That would have been smarter of me. Pretty sure. Pretty sure it was like this. I may have to play around with this though. Oh, that's right. You know what? They reset this because they changed it all. Yep, they've changed the positioning, I think. 'Cause this wasn't, yeah, this wasn't here. Seance is still there. This used to be Blight. So we're gonna have to play around with this tree and figure out what the new optimal is for my farm. Fun, 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 fun. Okay. Well, we're gonna spend some time here playing with the tree. So that'll be good. Okay. So first things first, we want to take a look at the delirium and see. We don't need this. For league start, we'll get that. But for where we are, we don't need it. Don't really need the stacks, so we'll leave those out. I like that, but it's not worth a bunch of mirror nodes. So I think now that they've changed that, at the beginning of the league, I would do this at the beginning of the league. If you're going to farm Delirium, I would absolutely get this at the beginning of the league. But once you're into Delirium orbs, I would reallocate those personally. Yeah, so we want all those. I gotta remember everything I did here. So we don't want the unique. I personally, if you have a higher damage build, then by all means, feel free to do the uniques. But I have more of a AoE build, and it lacks a bit on boss encounters. It's a little bit slower, so I don't bother with the uniques from the Delirium. I like to clear my maps and then go to the next. But you definitely want this. This for Delirium farming is just insanely good. Then we gotta have our Blighty boys. It looks like they didn't move too much stuff. You can have currency when I'm done figuring out what they did to the Atlas tree. Oh no. No, you are not spending cash. This game has enough of our cash at the moment. So, gotta get there. But we have to get this, because that's blight encounters in our maps. Oh wait, that's right. I don't think we need that because the scarabs now. Yeah. Because the scarabs were always going to have that, I forgot. So I don't think I even need to come down here. Man, yeah. I think we're going to have to change some things around here. I always like those. Might have the points to actually do it now. I need to get down to here. But, again, they have changed this enough that it makes me go, Nothing good down there, nothing I want. Don't care about the middle anymore. Don't care about trials. Doesn't look like they changed too much over here. Thank God. So it looks like I at least don't need to come over here. That was really good while I was doing Harvest. That links really well with Harvest. Okay, I think we've looked at all that. Maven, Ritual, Synthesis, Scarab. We don't really need more cluster jewels, that won't do us any good. But we do want the orbs. This is no good for us, we don't need to farm this. This is good early, yeah, so that's good early because you can either do or sell the end currency from Exarch. They're worth about 150 chaos on average. So even if it's only 10%, it's a pretty good way to passively build your income. This seems good, but I ended up not feeling like it was worth the 4 points. It's, you know, every other map is going to give you an altar at the very beginning, but 4 skill points. A lot for that. So I may come back to that since I'm able to rearrange some points, it looks like. So we may come back to that. We'll have to see. We know we need these two. But looking around, it doesn't look like they really messed with a whole lot of else of the tree. Him. Okay. So I'm thinking the better way to go might be this way. So I don't need any of these. Don't need that, don't need that, don't need that, don't need. League start. Not now. What are you whining over there for? Yeah, okay, so we're gonna come into here. Are the new... No, the new keystones aren't in yet, right? It wouldn't make sense for the new keystones to be in before the league. Yeah, so we'll have to figure that out later. For now, these don't matter either. There was... Yeah, those don't matter for me. League start, again, you want this. Unless you get the keystone, and then you won't want this. So, you know, whatever you choose to do. These, however, don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. It's that. So it's this path that we want. And the reason is rewards. Every one of these amplifies the rewards. You can look in your tree and see exactly what they do if you want details, but this amplifies the crap out of the blight rewards. And I'm thinking with this new layout, I'm going to have a lot of extra points. Man. They removed a lot of my necessary use points here. So we're going to increase rituals, because rituals is more delirium mobs. I don't think that's worth 4 points.
Oh my god, wait.
Oh,
Help, my wife is spending money. Somebody stop her. Somebody stop her.
You don't understand.
She's been away from this game for 2 years, and now she found the cash shop again. It's all over. Okay, so where are the rest of the shrine? Shrine. So there. Yeah, so here's the shrine. That's right. I remember now. This pathing. Okay, so shrine there, we already got that one. Where's the other? This one I didn't get last time. But it looks like they changed it. So this time we have the points, we will get it. Because shrines are amazing. Shrines are really the best. Alright, so we went over the shrine markers, so let's look over delirium now. Make sure we got all the delirium we want. We don't care about that one anymore. Yep, okay, so we really don't need a lot of the delirium anymore since we're in delirium orbs. So again, you will change this from beginning to end a lot. But for now, we're good on Shrine, we're good on delirium. We'll look over Blight again, make sure Blight is good. Okay, that's good, that's good. That's good. I went over this stuff in a prior video on exactly how to do this. However, they've changed this tree. So once I've picked my new points here, I'll zoom out and show the exact pathing I've chosen. And I'll explain it. But right now, this is the first time since they patched that I've seen this tree. So we're going over this together here. And the events that I target, again, are Exarch Altars, Blights, Delirium, Shrines. I put Ghosts in there. I think that's it. I will amplify some small things like simple points here and Ritual. More rituals in your maps. Obviously more Delirium. But everything is to amplify Delirium. That's the goal here. So as in my prior video, that's the same thing I'm doing here. But we're learning this tree together since they changed a lot of positioning. I want to get down here, because this is massive mobs, but I have to find the new path. The old path was down here, but they've changed it. It's not worth going that way anymore. So other than that tree down there, I've done Blight, I've done Delirium, I've done Shrines. Let me make sure the Harbingers, I did not mention Harbingers just now. Harbingers are another big part of this farm. So we've got it filled out there, we've got it filled out there, we've got it filled out there. So Harbingers are good. Harby Daddies are functional. So we, team, have to figure out how we are going to get down here without wasting points. So what do we want? What on the path down there from either here or here will benefit our delirium most? So that's trash. Bestiary is trash. It affects altars. We don't want that. And just in case anyone watching doesn't know, Bestiary heavily affects the appearance rate of Exarch altars. Big no good. That doesn't even get us down there. And that's really not any different. So there's not a good pathing from there. There's just really not. So I think we're just gonna have to minimize. We're gonna have to minimize our loss of points some direction, because they've made this really bad. They've made the bottom left part of this tree really bad for getting to Blight. And Bestiary's no good. Rogue Exiles, again, no good. They will mess up your Exarch altars really badly. I might just avoid this. I mean, it pains me to say that. But there's no synergy. There is no synergy pathing down to that Blight in this farm.
You could.
And that sucks so bad. That is actually kind of irritating. I don't need Alva. I don't need Bestiary. Those aren't too bad. That's additional connected, so we could do that. But then I'm on the wrong side. This side is worthless, but whatever, if it's what we have to do. These are the ones we want. We can do without these two, but they are really helpful in reducing the cost and allowing you to upgrade more towers. And the towers are really important because all of these nodes are a massive increase and spawn rate increase to the blights. The blights get really crazy with these active. I just don't know if I like spending that many points. But I'm also kind of wondering where else now I'm going to put them because they gave me so many extra points. So there's a ritual there, and I would have liked that. But I don't want to lose the spawn rate for the rituals. I could dump my ghosts. But ghosts are so good. I don't want to lose my ghosts. I think this might be my new path, though. I'm going to look it over for a minute. Make sure I don't feel like there's some other better pathing for this farm I do. I really hate this, but I just don't see a better way. I might find one later. Don't think there's better pathing. I liked this one, but it was like a last choice kind of thing, and I just don't really have the points. Yeah. I think this is where we're gonna be. I really want 4 more points, and I only have 2. So I might pull 2 points from. Could pull. Could do that. Could do that. 10% less chance of rituals, but we get the extra altar at the beginning. Every other map. Such a waste of points. It just feels wasteful. I'm not doing it. The point is delirium. Oop, wrong one. Point is delirium, and I will stay on course. We've got that, we've got down there, we've got those. There is a ritual node there, but I'd have to go there to get it. Let's see if we have any other rituals that we can focus. Any other bonus ritual? We won't be doing ritual, just to point that out. I simply want them to be in the map, because when they're in the map, it's more mobs. Looks like that's the last. Ritual is one of the highest mob appearance rates. Very, very good for delirium. Beyond monsters on here, they're just not worth focusing. They take too many points because you have to get the big node in each one to actually give them a chance to appear. So it's just not worth the points you have to invest. Oh, you know what? This would be smarter of me. It would be smarter of me to do this. Because then I get the same 5%ers. But then I also get the 15. So that's, yeah. That would be the better use of those. And I could force ritual 15% chance more, but I'd have to pull 3 points from somewhere. Or I'd have to path better, but then the question becomes, can I path better? And I had this pathing during the last league because, well, there's not really a whole lot of different way to do it. Shrine to Harbinger, to Harbinger, Shrine and Harbinger, Shrine. I could drop the additional use of the Sextants. I did drop this during the league. This isn't necessary, So I think I actually will pull those. That gives me my 3 for ritual. And I'm 1 short. I could pull a ritual and get that. 3 points. Where else could we put 3 points? Let me finish my little pathing here. Delirium, ritual, delirium, blight. Don't need anything else there. Blight. Then it brings us down here. We get our little ritual node. We get all of our nodes in here. We get these. Don't need anything else here, so we come down and get that. Yeah, so I think that that's optimal here. And it leaves us 3 points to do something with. There's nothing else something to do, so we will pull the 5% there and give ourselves a 50% from the shrine. I like this. I think that this is a good layout. So I'm going to zoom out. I'm not going to say that this is definitive, but I am going to say that this is probably exactly how I'm going to do the next league. Well, no, okay, I got to take that back. The keystones are going to come in, and that's going to alter. But as far as a skeleton outline, this is going to be my skeleton. Once the league opens, I'm going to have to redo this, but I don't think that this will change a whole lot unless there is a massive difference in keystones. But with that being said, I am going to put my little sticky note on the screen real quick, and I'm going to show you guys a couple things as well as the patch notes, because I wanted to go over those in the last video, but I didn't. So let me set something up real quick here. And we'll go over a few things that I found interesting in the patch note. So I want people to see these, and I want people to know things to look for. Because there's some very iffy things in the patch notes, and there's some things that I think are going to be super powerful as well. And I've talked to some of my other buddies who do a lot of high-end farming, and they kind of were in the same place with some of these as I was. They're super excited about some, and they're kind of pissy like I am about some others. Wondering what GGG did and why. But give me 1 second and I'll pop that stuff up on screen, and then we can go over it. Quick. Okay, so I'm gonna move myself out the way here. Down here's good. All right, so we'll do those like that. Okay, so on the left is my sticky note. That's how I keep track of everything. I'm super organized there. Sticky notes for everything, not spreadsheets. Too much work, it's an extra click. And a trusty coffee. So in 3.22, what I'm personally going to target and look at is volatility support first for my build. There are some really cool supports coming up, but personally, volatility support, I think I can work into Wild Strike depending on how it functions. So it'll require testing, but I'm kind of excited to have a new support gem to play with, because Wild Strike's kind of been pinned in the way it is, and if it can have a new support gem, it'll be fun. Keystones. So for me, I'm interested in the Harvest Keystone, the one I'm highlighting, because that's going to let me scale the plants the way I want to. So if I like blue, purple, or yellow, I can do them in order of least wanted to most, and I can scale the power of these with these keystones. So if I get this keystone and yellows are my target, because right now yellows are the most important, they're the most valuable, then I would do blue, purple, yellow, or purple, blue, yellow, just depending on which one I found slightly more valuable than the other. That's going to tier up the yellows while this keystone's active. They're going to become like tier 4 plus bosses. They're going to become very valuable. So this is a really interesting keystone for harvest farming. I'm going to play around with it, see how it acts, see how it works. It's likely that I won't keep it because I do not like the new harvest. It is a currency slot machine now, and I just don't like the new layout of it. I just buy my juice from other players and use it when I need to reroll deli orbs or whatever. So for me, this will be something to play with and see how it works, but I probably won't stick with it. This one, however, this is going to be bread and butter. Butter. For any of you guys that do delirium, this is going to be amazing. This one keystone is going to allow you to ignore that entire giant circle in the tree of ups and downs for time, but we will go over that because I believe they said they're changing some of those. But this is going to be huge because we will no longer be on a timer for mirrors, specifically mirrors. So pre-Deli Orb farm, when you're doing mirrors and maps, this is going to make the fog permanent. You will not get Deli Orbs or Splinters from those mirrors, but at that point it's not a big deal. You don't need to farm those, that's not the point. You're trying to keep the fog active with this keystone so that the entire map has more mobs for density and more drops. So this is going to be huge for Delirium farmers. Once you move to Deli Orbs, you'll drop this out. You won't need it because it would be detrimental. So this is another one that I personally don't think I'll keep because I don't farm Legion, but I find it super interesting, and I may do it because in a way it will allow me to make the Deliriums more valuable, and just as a farm. My maps in general will be more valuable. This will allow me to pick and choose which Legion mobs I kill. It takes away the timer and lets me go through and individually target monsters, break them out, and then when enough of them have been broken out, the event will activate. So to me, that's super exciting because Legion is valuable, but only if you get the right mobs and you're on a timer. My build is not a boss killer, so I typically can break out a whole bunch of the Legion, but it's the really crappy unvaluable ones. So this is going to be really cool for me. In general, if you farm Legion, it's probably going to be a very valuable keystone. The last keystone is this one, and this is the one that me and one of my buddies were talking about. This is going to be insanely valuable, and a lot of people are not going to think that this is going to be valuable because most people are quantity hoarders. We'll put it that way. People love quantity, and up until this node, they weren't wrong, but this node is going to change that, and it's probably going to take, I believe, some time before people catch on to that. But you're going to drop 100% quantity, but you're going to gain 300% rarity, assuming you have 100. It essentially is going to take your quantity, it's going to nullify the quantity, but it's going to triple its value in rarity. So 1 quantity becomes 3 rarity. That is going to be insanely valuable because currently the reason we stack quantity is because we need more chances at items, so that's more chances at rare items. But with this, we don't. That insane quantity being needed is now just rarity. Every drop is 300% more valuable. It's 300% more rare for anything that falls into the pool anyway. So this keystone is going to be huge. I'm going to travel wherever I have to go to get this. It doesn't matter. I'm getting it. I don't care. So those are my things. Those are the things that I pointed out for myself in the next league. As far as the patch notes go, let's take a look. Forbidden Sanctum. So this is something I'm kind of excited about because I actually have been away from the game for a while and I didn't do that league. So that's going to be fun for me and piece of new content that I'll do during the league stream over the next couple months. So we've got support gem number 1, Controlled Blaze, supports melee attack skills, providing them with a chance to ignite. Every ignite inflicted with the skill will deal less damage, but more ignite damage. So for any of you igniters that do like dot damage, your ignite will be really good. So like maybe RF. Not a, this isn't a one I can use, and I can't really put a whole lot to it for other builds. But right, it's melee attack skill, not RF. So anyone who has the melee attack skills that amplify ignite, I guess that'll be good for. Really not sure where that would go, so can't say too much on it. Corrupting Cry, Warcry skills, making them inflict corrupted blood on enemies affected by the Warcry by the attacks that it exerts. I personally don't see that as being used. I think that's going to fall out just because there's so many other gems that can be used. But maybe it's useful. Maybe there are some nice builds where it becomes crazy. Who knows? This one will not be useful to me, but this I see as insanely powerful for some builds. Support strike skills you use yourself cause you to gain trauma first time a supported attack hits an enemy. Supported attacks deal added physical damage per trauma, but also make you take physical damage per trauma. That's going to be partially nullified by armor, I believe. Supported skills can only be used with axes, maces, scepters, or staves. So you're going to cause trauma to the opponent as well as yourself, I believe. No, trauma's applied to you. Okay, trauma's applied to you, and then every time you apply a trauma to you, it's going to scale your physical attacks up. And then you will take more physical damage per trauma. Probably very easy to mitigate that, and that's going to scale physical builds very hard. Very, very hard. So technically, I could make a use for that in Wild Strike, but I would have to go physical amplification, but in Duelist, with 100% to almost every defensive layer, I can't do that. The way they changed Duelist, it's all elemental now. Like, there is physical there, but it's been hindered really badly in the Duelist tree. Duelist is nowhere near as much physical amplification as it used to be. But for some physical builds, that'll be crazy powerful, I think. This is the one I am going to have fun with. Attack skills causing them to deal more maximum attack damage and less minimum. So it's going to make the range of smaller hits and larger hits bigger. For me, that's fantastic, because my elemental damage scales massively, and it already has a huge minimum maximum, and I do massive amounts of attacks a second. I'm somewhere between 10 and 15 attacks per second in my build. So the larger gap will mean almost nothing to me other than just really high top end damage, and that's exciting. I can't wait to try that out. The only thing I don't like is this increased damage. Anyone who knows how this works knows that this is kind of a sad face, because if it was more damage, then I'd be excited. More damage, multi. Increased damage, additive. It's just not as powerful. We got Flamewood. We got a totem support. Avenging Flame, when a totem from supported skills is hit by an enemy. Avenging Flame fires a mortar into the air which falls down upon a target and deals area damage where it lands. So I'm sure somebody will find somewhere to put that. It's going to depend how it amplifies. But I don't play totem builds, so I will leave that to another. Guardian's Blessing. It must support both a skill that creates minions which can be damaged and an aura skill that creates permanent auras around you. Interesting. Supported aura skills have no reservation and count as a blessing. They cannot apply auras on you unless you have minions from a supported skill. But these minions take a percentage of their maximum life as physical damage per second while you have an aura from a supported skill on you. Huh. I don't do minions, so I'm gonna leave that one to other people. I have no idea how that interaction's gonna work. But somebody more minion-minded will probably find a good use for that. Like my wife, she plays minions. I'll leave that to her. This one just makes projectiles come back to you. Essentially, every projectile that goes out will do double damage since it will come back and hit the thing again. There will be some builds where that essentially doubles their damage. I won't be surprised if they reduce the damage that does in some way, or in some way, I feel like they will alter that. Supports any skill that hits enemies, causing damaging ailments inflicted by them to deal their damage faster, but causes the inflicted ailment to have less duration. So ailments just do their damage faster. Could be good. Ignites and such. Let's see. Mine support for all the miners out there. Yuck. Supports attack skills that use bows or wands and fire projectiles ahead. Instead of using that skill, you will throw mines in an arc that use that skill for you. Targeting your location when you detonate them. Supports attack skills that use bows or wands and fire projectile. So you are instead a mine thrower. That's going to be weird. So you're going to throw an arc of mines out, and then they're going to cast that skill back at your location. It'll be interesting to see how that is used. I hate link skills. I do not like them. I do not know where this will find its place. Supported skills damage and chill enemies between you and the linked targets. I guess this is their attempt at making multiplayer more appealing, but I just... Like, why? Why GGG? I don't get it. Support skills that... Fresh meat. Support skills that create minions. Minions created by... Yes, you heard me right. There's a new support gem for minions. Fresh meat. Support skills that create minions. Minions created by supported skills gain Wakened Fury and Adrenaline for 10% of their duration, up to a maximum of 10 seconds. So, new minion Buffy support gem. Probably more useful for people who have to summon their minions regularly, since it's based on duration and then max time. Sacrifice. Supports spell skills that deal damage with hits and have no reservation. These spells sacrifice a percentage of your current life to gain additional chaos damage based on how much life was sacrificed. Cannot support orb, brand, channel, vol, or skills used by traps or mines. So that's going to be very limited, but cannot modify the skills of minions either. Someone will find somewhere. Spellblade. Supports spells that hit enemies, causing them to have added spell damage equal to a percentage of damage of equipped one-handed melee weapons.
You're fucking.
That's weird. That is weird wording. I get it, but I'm not sure where that will find its place. Added spell damage equal to a percentage of damage of equipped. That's so weird. I can't see how. I'm sure there's some unintended consequence or intended that just this doesn't explain well. Because I don't see where that would have its value. You're adding a portion of the weapon's damage into your spell's spell damage. To make that useful, the damage added in would have to be significant. But if you're focusing on spells, you're naturally going in most cases to be avoiding the weapon's damage being amped. So I don't know. I don't know where that one's going to find its place. I'm sure there's a build. There's a build for everything. That one I'm not sure though. Devour. So this is a cool one, but I again think that this is just a cool idea that's going to get lost. Supports any skill that hits enemies. Killing blows from supported skills consumes corpses to recover life and mana. Obviously, most of us can look at that and go, okay, I can see that as useful. You're going to give me life and mana back. But the problem is, you have to have corpses. And so, yeah, there's a million enemies that you kill, but then when it really matters, like with bosses, most of the time, you're not going to have access to that. So I think this is like a support gem, and that's just going to get lost to the side. Nobody's going to end up using it. It's like, oh, cool idea, but waste of frickin' space, GGG, thanks. But who knows? Again, maybe someone will prove me wrong and there will be some insane build it weirdly fits into. But I'm not going to bet on it. I think that GGG ran out of steam on support gem 15 here. And this is just somebody suggested it. And they were like, yeah, let's do that. Like life regen on an exalted slam, you know. Best idea ever. 0.3%. Okay, let's see what else we got. Bunch of new unique items that they maybe go into detail later. 2 new divvy cards. Again, maybe details later. Keystones. So we'll go into these in a minute. I'm gonna go refill my water. I will be right back. Got my water fuel. So, first new keystone, 200%. So I looked over these in passing, so I kind of have an idea of these, but some of them also just don't make sense to me. So this one is a 200% explosive radius on expedition and 100% placement. So essentially, this one is giving you one massive bomb for expedition rather than a bunch of little bombs you got to place. The monsters will also lose 10% of their life. So I get it. I know what it does. But again, I think that this is GGG just being lazy as shit. They are letting you pay skill point to essentially make expedition be less tedious. You simply will have a giant bomb that you can place, blow it up, kill the monsters, grab your rewards, and go. Rather than placing 4 or 5 bombs. I don't get it. I don't understand this keystone. It seems like a waste of a keystone. I think that they could have created a much better one personally. I don't do expedition though. But just off the top of my head, 1 big bomb instead of 4 or 5 small ones. I mean, if somebody watching can see an upside to that I'm not seeing, feel free to share. But to me, it just seems like they're making the event very slightly less annoying. I don't know. You move 1 big bomb around, you get whatever nodes into it that you want, or you do 4 or 5. 200% explosion radius for 1 bomb. So you get one bomb that's twice the size versus 4 or 5 bombs at normal size. Just, I don't get it. I just don't get it. Lucid Dreams. All side areas in your maps are no longer corrupted. So this is one that I think is pretty cool. All side areas are largely ignored. They have a purpose, and you go in them and you do that, but then the content kind of falls to the wayside unless you just like them. But the purpose of them kind of falls away once you are after that item, and then it's just kind of a wasted piece of content. So I like this because I think this will probably draw people back into those side areas because those items that drop won't be corrupted, which means that they will be usable. They will have, I'm hoping this means that they will still have like those modifiers and like the valuable item type drops, and then it's just not corrupted so that then you can play with it, craft on it, use it, but still has that drop chance, you know what I mean? Like, corrupted drop chance of a 6-link is really high. So I'm hoping this keeps that chance, but drops as non-corrupted. But again, I don't know yet exactly what the details of this mean because they're not very detailed. But excited to see how it will affect the Vol side areas. The Maven summons 1 to 3 additional bosses when witnessing map bosses. That just sounds amazing. That sounds awesome. Modifiers for the final boss in each map also apply to these summon bosses. So if you have a really stable build that can handle 3 or 4 map bosses at once, this is going to be just absolutely amazing. This keystone will literally give you between 2 and 4 end map bosses every map. That is, I have to assume they're all going to drop loot, so this is just amazing. I mean, I don't think anyone's going to pass this up as long as they can handle the bosses. And then you just got to make sure that you reset Maven. So if you're doing Maven content, man, that's going to be insane. That is going to be an insane keystone. 40% chance to contain a random master encounter. I have yet to find that useful, personally. Again, people who are doing that farm, it'll be useful for. I have found, at least what I feel is a much higher farm than these. But there are certain instances where these masters are heavily needed. So this will be good for those setups. Modifiers to chance to grant an additional master mission on map completion instead apply a chance for that master to appear at 150% value. So for any farm methods that are set up to really target master encounters, this will be really good. This one is one that I am very torn over whether I like it or not. I think I like it, but I don't. And basically, Blight becomes a true tower defense with this keystone. You will do almost no damage. Your towers will do insane amounts of damage. So you will truly need to use your towers, and essentially, you yourself aren't going to do much. This also means that, like, I talked with my wife, and she mentioned the Blight gear, and it's very likely that you will target the Blight gear if you're doing Blight, because the Blight gear amplifies and modifies towers. So if you do this, you're probably going to create a new piece of content for yourself by actually going and farming the Blight gear and using it. So that's interesting. I don't think that I will do this one in my setup. However, I might. I will, at the very least, I will play around with this node. So looking at this again makes me want to, at the very least, test it. So it's going to go down into my test section, which I'm actually going to move this down here as well. with this. So those are my 3 testers. The top 2 I'm going to 100% get. The 3 down bottom I'm going to test out. Speaker of the Dead. Permanent spirits in your maps can possess players. I think this is so cool. So spirits will instead inhabit us instead of the monster. 20 seconds. I think that's really cool. They are making the AI on spirits smarter in this next patch. They're supposed to target monsters better. So this may or may not be necessary, but giving us control over the spirit is interesting. I don't think that I'm going to mess with this because I just don't care about the spirits enough. I think I will simply leave them to the AI and focus my points elsewhere. But this is really cool for people who like that content, and it'll give a new play style to it because you will be affecting the creatures around you. Endless Tide. Beyond portals. Makes me sad, but not for the reason of this. Beyond portals in your maps cannot spawn unique bosses. That is good because currently the Beyond uniques are garbage. Beyond portals in your maps have 50% less merging radius. So this keystone will disable Beyond bosses, and the portals in your map will have less merging radius. I don't know. I don't know. What's the point? Beyond content now does less. That's essentially what that keystone says. I don't get it. I cannot wrap my brain around what benefit this adds. Beyond portals in your maps cannot spawn unique bosses. And the portals in your maps have 50% less merging radius. I guess this is a keystone for people that don't want Beyond to happen. But that just seems silly. This again feels like that passive, like the guy at the table, while they are passing ideas around, threw this one out when everybody else ran out of ideas. But maybe it has a purpose that I just can't see right now. Arbitrary tenets. Favors at ritual altars in your maps randomly cost between 90 less and 80 more. Man, GGG really threw a piece of gambling in there, didn't they? Chris Wilson, if you are watching my video one day, why? I need you here, Chris Wilson. I need to know why you would do this. Favors at ritual altars, just to read this again, randomly cost between 90% less, meaning 10% of their original value, and 80% more, meaning 1.8 times their cost. No control over it, just F you, Exile. Your map is now dirt cheap in your ritual, or so expensive you will never get that mirror that just appeared. You can't even defer it, it's so expensive. This guy, I'm pretty sure that this guy at the table and this guy at the table were either the same guy or they were broskies. Because these just, it's so upsetting. People who love to gamble, though, bet money. People who love to gamble will make sure they have this. Guarantee it. I won't touch it. I won't touch it. Immutable Dogma, which grants cannot reroll favors at ritual altars in your maps. and monsters sacrificed at ritual altars in your maps grant 100% more tribute. So that's useful. That I find that useful. I'm not a gambler though, but I find this exceptionally useful. You cannot re-roll, which I hate re-rolling anyway, but altars give you double currency. Well, the monsters are worth double, same thing. So you'll essentially get twice as much currency to spend, but you can't re-roll it. And I'm fine with that. I think that's the way the event should have been. That makes more sense to me. I hate the re-roll thing. It feels like such a waste of currency. So I like that. I am all on board for that. I don't do ritual other than making it amplify my delirium. And the big reason I don't do ritual, and this irks me to this day and I avoid it, because you kill the mobs to enhance the ritual, but then you activate the ritual and you re-kill the mobs for points, but the re-killed mobs no longer give experience. They used to a long time ago. And from a mechanical standpoint, it was being abused to the point that some people were getting banned for exploiting the event. But after fixing it, I don't understand why you don't add an EXP factor back in, because that's a bigger reason for people to want the content and to target it. But without the secondary EXP from re-killing, I don't want to do it. The rituals themselves, buying items in there, it's not worth it. There are far easier, far faster ways to make currency. What appears there is just a massive gamble, and it's a waste of time, and I hate things that interfere with my mapping. And what I mean by that is I want to complete my map from beginning to end with as little interference as possible. I want my events to blend. I want my map to blend with my events. Hold on a second. Because I'm moving my hands around and people can't even see it. They can't see my frustration through my hand motions. Anyway, I like my maps to be smooth. There are some instances where I will avoid or I will add in events that do interfere with that. So there are instances that I accept in that statement, but for the most part, I want my maps and their events to sync. Unending Nightmare, I went over that earlier with my picks over there. Mirrors become permanent. The fog from mirrors becomes permanent. Great for your mirror phase. Get rid of it once you move to Delirium Orbs. Went over this one as well earlier. Legion events are now permanent. They don't have a timer. The event will start once you break X amount of monsters out, but you can target the monsters you want to break out. Love it. Went over this one as well earlier. Crop rotation. Target the crops you don't want first, and the ones you do want last. And the last ones will be more powerful. Love it. Bold Undertaking. Fortune, now these ones I'm going to go over, and I want people to pay really close attention to these, because there is a potential for these next two to be insane. So, Bold Undertaking grants Fortune favors the brave, applies an additional random effect. So you do Fortune favors the brave in the map options once, and you get 2. The cost is double. But the point here, the value, is you're not amplifying your map with one event, you're amplifying it with 2. That's huge in itself. However, this next one, Overloaded Circuits. League map crafting options also choose 3 random notable Atlas passive skills, meaning you can have your tree completely filled out, and it's going to pick 3 nodes to add on top of your maximum that specifically have to do with the event you picked in your map. So if we go back to this, and we have this, and we get the one we picked plus a random one, we now have 2 extra events active in the map. if we also have this, we now have 3 additional points over our maximum allowable times 2 events. That means 6 free skill nodes. These two have the potential to be just absolutely massively powerful. Especially if people could figure out a way to do something I'm going to go over later. I think it's further down. I think it's further down where you have to get all 6 gateways. So there's a thing being put in this there's a thing being put in this next league where if in the Atlas tree you can manage to activate all 6 gateways, then you open the 7th gateway, which means that all map options are available in the machine. Exactly the details of how that's going to work, we don't know. We'll know in 2 days. But these two alone are, these two right here are potentially insane together. If there's a way to make the 6 gateways thing work, then this is going to become the new farm. I can almost guarantee it. Because it's just insane. That would just be insane. So this is the one that I went over earlier, and I'm going to point it out again because I think people really need to pay attention to this. The amount of quantity you have becomes rarity at triple its value. It is insane how powerful this is. Do not ignore this, people. This is going to become the new meta. Mark my words. When it comes to keystones, this will be included in every single new Atlas build. It is going to be insanely powerful. Triple quantity value in rarity. For every 1% quantity you have, you will instead have 3 times that much in rarity. That is going to cause so many rare items to drop. Super good, must get, much wow. Get it? Ah, there it is. This is what I was talking about. The 7th gate. All possible league map crafting options are available while 6 gateways are allocated. The wording of this is very vague. I don't know how this is going to work. Do you just get all the map options? Do you have to pay for them all? That wouldn't make any sense because you already have them all available. All possible league map crafting options are available while all 6 gateways are allocated. We'll know in 2 days whether this can play super nice with these two or not. We'll find out in 2 days. I just don't know the extent of that wording. It's really weird. And then we have, oh, no, that's it. So that's the end of the new keystones. Then it goes into a bunch of hot fixes and content like Sanctum. Sanctum's being put back in. Again, I never did Sanctum, so all of this means very little to me. It'll mean a lot more once I do the content. You guys will be able to follow me through as I do Sanctum for the first time because I've never done it. So I'm excited for that new piece of content. So I'll get 2 new leagues this league since I missed Sanctum. Atlas changes. I don't think there's anything of note in here. We'll go over it real quick. They're rotating the maps. That's normal. The Pantheon changes. Nothing big there. Divination cards obviously will find new homes because the maps are being rotated. Unique maps are being removed from Kirik's missions, so that's not huge, but that's good to know. So you can no longer, with exploring scouting reports, you can no longer roll Kirik with scouting reports trying to target uniques. So just keep that in mind when you're trying to do completion. Sextant modifiers that cause final boss in each map to drop an additional shape or map, blah blah blah, have been changed to drop upon completing your maps. Weird wording. I don't. I'm trying to wrap my brain around why they did that, or what the wording means. Antonia, can you try to make sense out of this for me? The sextant modifier that caused the final map boss in each map to drop an additional Shaper Guardian. What? Okay, so there's a sextant modifier that makes the final map boss in each map drop an additional Shaper Guardian, Elder Guardian, or Conqueror map, has now been changed to drop upon completing your map. It just sounds like the same thing. Am I missing something here? That's really weird wording to me, and I don't understand what they're meaning, what they're doing. I'm asking the input of the waifu. Because that doesn't make sense to me. If anyone watching can make more sense out of that, then feel free to put it in chat. But it just sounds like they changed a thing to do the same thing. Your map is completed when you kill the boss.
No, not necessarily. Some maps have special conditions.
Oh, maybe that's the purpose. Maybe it's kind of a bug fix. Because maps,
It's not a bug fix. Some maps.
so to speak, completing a map, if it doesn't involve a boss, would not give you this. So now those maps that don't have bosses will still give you the reward if you have the sextant mod.
So like if you're doing
So-
a cured mission, you have to do the cured mission and not kill the final boss.
Right, yeah, I get it. So
It's not a bug.
it's not a bug, but it feels like a bug fix. Because currently, if you had that mod, you would do there would be certain situations where you wouldn't get the sextant's bonus. Now you will. Okay, so it's a fix. Won't call it a bug fix, but it's a fix. When adding the new Lucid Dreams Keystone Atlas passive, we also took a look to review. So they revamped Vol side areas. Again, revamped Vol areas. So this. I don't know what they are specifically targeting in this comment. I'm hoping I'm wrong in what I think this is, but I believe this is altars. Modifiers with upsides, obviously Exarch altars, Eater of Worlds altars, no longer have increased item quantity or item corruption chance. But this could specifically mean the Vol side areas because it's right there as well. But they didn't do anything to like separate it out. So maybe this is for Vol side areas. I'm hoping it's Vol side areas and not the altars, because or the shrines. If this has to do with Exarch and Eater of Worlds shrines, this will suck. But I'm leaning towards thinking this is Vol side areas because it's in the section with the rest of the Vol changes. So we'll wait. We'll see in 2 days. Modifiers with downsides no longer have variable item corruption chance. This is now a fixed value relative to the perceived difficulty of the modifier. I think it's Vol side areas they're talking about, so that's not too big of a deal. Still Vol side areas. Map bosses and corrupted maps no longer have the corrupted tag and no longer drop additional Vol items. Okay. Vol Temple map can no longer be obtained outside of corruption, Vol side areas, and divination cards. Keep that in mind, people. They have significantly limited your ability to earn Vol Temple map. So if you need that map, or you're targeting that map, remember that you can only get it from those 3 places. Corruption, Vol side areas, Divi cards. Beastcraft obtained from Einhardt's Memory of Harvest Beasts that created a Vol Temple map now create a Synthesis unique map. So again, they've gotten rid of the Vol Temple ability. It's now a synth map, which is fine with me. 3 new unique vol side areas. So more side content. So this area is a massive change to the Atlas tree. The Atlas skill tree has massive amounts of changes here. We saw a bunch of these in the tree we just went over in the background behind us, which I just built my tree. It's going to change some more because the new keystones aren't in there yet. So I'm not going to go into this, honestly, in detail because it's basically, hey, we made a bunch of changes to the Atlas tree, but you can't really see what they all are for 2 more days anyway. So we're going to have to go back over the Atlas tree in 2 days and see where all the different nodes are because the keystones will be added. So I'm going to kind of just move past that. And then I'm going to go through the rest of this, but most of the rest of this is Ruthless League changes and won't affect normal play in like softcore trade or SSF unless you're in Ruthless mode. But I don't play Ruthless mode, so again, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here. If you do Ruthless, then come read these notes. They're going to be important to you. But we'll skim through and just make sure. Domain of Timeless Conflict now has a minimal area level of 80. Specific Timeless Emblems and Unrelenting Timeless Emblems no longer provide additional area levels. So these are important to people who do Legion, not just Ruthless. But if you see there's changes to both forms. Additional area levels are now added based on the number of emblems used. 4 emblems increases the area level by 1. 5 increases it by 2. So if you're wanting to amplify these, you need to pay attention to this. You need to read these. And the experience, 20% experience for each emblem has been removed. The EXP is now based off of Unrelenting. Unrelenting are the only ones that add EXP now. They also add extra monster life. Pay attention to that. Delirium, number of monster kills. So this isn't a huge thing and you really won't need to pay attention to it, but it's good to know. They've basically balanced Delirium mob density. Number of monster kills required to gain Delirium levels in certain maps will basically be even to other ones because some maps have less or more density than other ones. So they've basically balanced the map so that your Delirium in any map will be the same as your Delirium in another map, level-wise. And that will scale, I'm assuming, with amplifications to the map, scarabs, etc. Tormented Spirits, a little bit of change here. The Spirits now have 20% more life per level from 55, scaling up to 560 at 83. But they have a tapering, less damage taken buff, which means the longer they're active, the more damage they'll take. For every enemy that Spirit touches, the damage it takes goes up. The AI has been improved, I mentioned that earlier. So it'll more smartly target monsters now, instead of running into a corner and just disappearing. Hated that. Stats that add torment spirits to an area are now all consistently described as haunted, so instead of having multiple different references, there'll only be one. And then we get into the ascendancy balancing. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here because this is going to be individual to every individual, depending on what ascendancies you use. So you should come in here and read through this to get the information on your ascendancy. It's a massive amount of changes to a whole bunch of different ascendancies. I'm not going to go into it all because, well, read over it if you need to. Passive skill tree balancing. Again, this is very specific to the person playing it. If it has to do with your part of the tree, take note of it. Alter your spec as needed. I play Duelist, so for me, I don't think there's a whole lot. I think there were like one or two in here that changed. Where were they? I don't see them. Not worried about it. Look it over. If there's things in there that have to do for your particular build, then yeah, take note of it. Skill balances, temporal chains. Now has other effects on cursed enemies, expire 25% slower at all gem levels. So they nerfed it. So the temporal chains gem has been nerfed by 15%. Ball summon skeletons was upped to 1 at low level from 0 so that it's useful at a low level, more useful. So they just made Vol summon skeletons slightly more not bad. If dual wielding with whirling blades, you now attack with both weapons, dealing the damage of both in one hit. Thank God. That was just stupid. I don't use it, but that was just stupid. It would trade off the weapons before. So whirling blades will now do 75% times 2 per hit rather than one hit and then the other. Ruthless support now causes ruthless blows with supported skills to deal more damage with ailments caused by melee hits. Previously, more damage with bleed. So I like this, but bleed builds probably will not like this. Combustion support now has intelligence and strength instead of pure intelligence. That is an amazingly good change. For anyone who uses that, it will be so much less painful to try to get the wreck in an off build. So I love that. I'm all for that. Don't use that item, have no idea what that does, so really don't have a comment on that. Orb tag added to cremation means that it'll be usable in more builds. That's just a fix to the item for the up change or above change that we read. Few item balances. I don't see anything that should really cause much issue to anyone. Other than this. I loved seeing this last time I read this. Rest in peace, Explodey Totem build. Rest in peace, never to see the light of day again. The Crucible passive skill that caused totems to explode on death, dealing a percentage of their life as physical damage, has had values divided by 20. This change affects existing items. So, if that is implemented in the way it reads, that means that Explodey totems will do 20 times their value less in damage. They will be divided by 20. Not 20%, but by 20. Meaning, if you get your Explodey totems to do 500% value and damage, they're now going to do 20 times that less. Which means 500% equals 100%. Like that's insane. This build has been gutted at this point if the wording here is truly implemented in 2 days. It will mean a insane reduction in damage to that build. Dead build. Dead build if that is actually the way they're wording it. Eternal Labyrinth now grants ascendancy passive skills in Ruthless. Existing Ruthless characters that completed the Eternal Labyrinth should automatically have their point available to allocate. Oh, okay, yeah, Ruthless mode. Yeah, took me a second to catch on to what that meant. Guardian, I don't play these things that I don't play. I'm not going to sit here and go over because it's a huge amount of time. I don't want to go over it. If you play these, again, go in here, make sure you read these notes. But I don't want to spend the insane amount of time going over every one of these changes to these. So, love you, but go over them for your builds. Lots of changes. Build I play? I believe I went over these before, and I don't think there's much change to Champion, which is what I play. That's why I get so insanely tanky. They're swapping these two, so that may or may not mean that I need to spend 2 points. I might be able to make my build even better if I can reallocate 2 points. Because Unstoppable Hero and Fortitude have swapped, so that and that. So Unstoppable Hero, no. So this won't change anything for me because I have to get that. That's cannot be stunned. That's my stun immunity. So for me, it won't change anything. I'll still have to get these. I was hoping I would only need that, but then I forgot that cannot be stunned is in there, so I'll still have to get that. 20% attack speed is huge for damage anyway. So for me, I will still have to get that. Okay, so we continue on. So this is a Ruthless change. Don't be fooled, that's Ruthless. Ruthless. Otherwise, remained unchanged. And the rest of these that are above it, they are, I believe, entirely Ruthless changes. I don't believe any of these are soft core changes. So read through it, make sure, but I'm almost positive they're all Ruthless changes. I don't play Ruthless, so I don't care. No offense to any of you guys that play Ruthless. It's too hard mode for me. Don't want that. Again, massive Ruthless changes. Like this patch is a huge amount of changes to Ruthless, and overall I really feel like it's very little change to the standard part of the game. Ruthless, other, and then for some reason they put other Ruthless changes because there wasn't enough Ruthless changes prior to that. So this is cool. This right here. We want to pay attention to this because this right here, these are going to have a big effect. Stun immunity has been removed from many bosses, I assume in preparation for PoE 2. This includes, but is not limited to, Atziri, Argus, the Vol, Omnitect, and Betrayal targets. Some bosses now have specific skills that cannot be stunned or cannot be interrupted. Kitava will remain unable to be stunned. That's big. That's big. Big. We can now stun bosses. Shaper Guardian, Elder Guardian, Conqueror now drop far fewer influenced items on death. Again, take note of that because it means your influenced piece of gears will be rarer and more expensive to buy from other players. Slightly increase the outcome odds for tainted currency from beyond bosses. Why? Why? Slightly reduce the outcome odds for other beyond monsters. I don't get it. Why give us more tainted jewelry that in 99% of cases we won't use? I don't know. make us feel like the creatures are more valuable to kill. I don't know. I guess that's good for the people that do target the corruption items. So I'm not upset about it. It doesn't really affect me. Monsters that are unable to be damaged / targeted no longer regenerate life or energy shield. Cool. Or recharge energy shield. Alright, cool. Thanks for that. Call that a fix. Kitava skeletons in the Belfry boss arena now spawn as magic instead of rare. So the side creatures in Kitava's fight will no longer be more powerful than Kitava, guys. Take note of that. Kitava's minions will be weaker than Kitava himself now. Thanks. Thanks for that. Temporal Chain skill used by monsters also now causes... Okay, so same thing. They nerfed monsters using Temporal Chains as well. So I believe there was some cool stuff in here. Fortune favors the brave, costs 3... Where'd he go? Yeah, there it is. Huh? Oh, right. We had to redo that. I can't believe that's still open. We had to redo that because I had to redo my tree. Yeah, sewer, why not? So that should give us... Yeah, okay. So I was going to try to look at the price, but I have a title for free because it's standard. I want to say that was 6. Can you go to your map device real quick, Antonia? No? I don't remember. Maybe Fortune Favors the Brave was 3. I think they would probably mention it, so probably didn't change because I think they would mention that. I swore that was 6, though. I swear that cost 6. Anyway, Fortune Favors the Brave, cost 3 Chaos Orbs. One of these options will be applied at random, including those you have not yet unlocked. Pyrrhic League mod available. So these are now Pyrrhic League mods. Are they talking about... They must be talking about this? It's... Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. I'm really unsure about that. Really unsure how this... I know that there's some change to where you can force one mod from him, but I'm not particularly sure how that works yet. All the new gems will be in the shops. And then we get into like filter changes, item, bug fixes, yada, yada, yada. So I think that's good. I think that goes over enough of this. If there's something we didn't go over, apologize. I don't want to spend more time on this. If there's an individual build you need info on, just go check the patch notes. But otherwise, I think we covered all the general things. And then again, over here in my sticky note, these are the things that I'm going to take note of. And I'm going to mention one last time. Quantity tripled to rarity. Pay attention to that. Promise. Promise you won't regret paying attention to that keystone. Okay, so that goes over the patch notes. I think I'm good with that. You good? You good? Okay. Alright, so now that I wasted some currency on standard, I've only got about 1,000 more of each currency. Oh no! It's the end of the world. Alright, so we played around with the patch notes. hopefully that gives some people that watch it the idea of that. The the titling of this video was 3.22 Chat Chill and Farm. So went over the patch notes. I wanted to do that in a prior video. It works here. Yeah. We will go into here. We've got our toxic sewer we'll do first. I am curious. Oh, I just noticed something else. They disabled my favorites too. There's a cemetery. There it is. Make sure you always fill out your favorites. If you like multiple maps, you can do multiple. For me, I either do toxic sewer or I do cemetery in all slots, because the chance for it to drop becomes much higher when it's all of them. Where did they put my void stones? Man, switching to standard just messes everything up. Where would they have put them? I think they're labeled. Just have to find the right label. Where are my void stones? I want to say that they're labeled. Huh? Yeah, we'll make salmon for dinner. Okay, I guess they aren't marked. That is obnoxious. Where did they put my void stones? I hate these people. I hate these people good hard. Where did they put my void stones? They gotta be in one of these removes. This is obnoxious, though. Void stones, void stones. Where's the void stones? I am so confused. Antonio, when it goes standard, do you know where they put the void stones? No, they're not. The bottom four are empty, and the side one where they normally stored is empty as well.
Are your favorites filled out?
They weren't, but they are now.
So they're open?
They were.
Maps in-
There's maps in them now. They were empty when I first came in
They're
here.
there. The maps.
Yes.
I have no clue.
I'm pretty sure that the stash had tabs that said void stones, but they were empty and now they're gone. So I'm very confused. Big confused. Big confused. And they really need to figure out a better way to do this when it converts to standard. I swore that I pulled them out earlier and then control clicked them into their default slot. I swore I did. But I don't know where they're kept default. Thought they were kept on the map. I'm pretty sure that's the only place they can go. Voidborn Reliquary Key. But I will grab the sextants. Where in the heck would they be? Well, that's gonna cause a big boy problem. I mean, they have to be here somewhere. They have to be in one of these tabs. They have to have gotten clicked into something storage-wise.
Always type it in your search bar and then look through all your.
That's what I'm doing right now. I just went through every single tab and I cannot find the word void. Pretty sure that's what they're labeled as, aren't they? Yeah, socketed void stones. I don't get it. Where'd they go?
Man? I don't know.
No,
Maybe
they
your
should.
quests are-
They should transfer over. I don't have any quests. They're all done. Oh, lost void stones. Talk to Kirik. Ah, good call, waifu. Good call. So they do get rid of them, and then you have to talk to him to recover them. Take your footstones. Waifu comes through clutch. And we don't want them there. Okay, now we can actually sexy tent our stuff. Okay, so we got lightning, non-unique heist. That's not, we're gonna reroll that. Smuggler, we're gonna reroll that. And we'll keep the reflex because it's more mobs. Okay, so let's see. Well, so I want to point this out real quick. There are certain sextants that are extremely valuable, and you want to pull them out with right here at Kirik. Surveyor's compasses. Make sure you keep a whole bunch of these in your stash. Very, very useful. You can stack them right here. Get rid of that. You can, what is that doing? You can keep them right here, and then you can right click, go here, and you can pull sextant out, and then you can sell it. So if you're not doing a piece of content, you can sell these. Certain ones are extremely valuable. This one is blue. So it's the least valuable of the three because blue is not valuable, neither is purple. Yellow is the one you really want, but that is still valuable. If I remember correctly, that is worth it's somewhere between 100 and 200 chaos. It's good, it's valuable. Not on standard, obviously, but when the new league starts and people are farming the crap out of harvest, that's going to be big value to sell if you're not doing harvest. If you are doing harvest, it'll be a good one to get. Anyway, we don't care, so we're just going to toss in a random thing and redo the sextant. Okay, those are all good for us. All goodies for us. And then we're going to do extra shrines because I want to shrine it up. We're gonna do big boy shrines. We got our map with Divi orbs. We got our scarabs. Got our altar. Got our shrines. Don't like these. Not gonna bother with them. And we got our sextants. So it's far. Let's do some big boy fun. Farm boy and shit. And you'll see as I farm, there's lots of items. I have lots of AoE. It's not Sparks. I don't play meta builds. I play Wild Strike. But the point here is to kind of show you don't have to play meta. Doesn't mean don't. If you want to play the meta builds, go for it. They certainly are powerful. They do a lot of damage. You don't have to. There's plenty you can do without being in a meta build. Again, I'm playing Wild Strike. Doesn't get much less meta than that. If there was a skill the farthest away from meta possible, it's probably Wild Strike. Force a habit. The meteors are mine, but I keep running from them. I have such a built-in fear of meteors. Okay, we got a couple altars. Rhino boys. See, what shrine bonuses do we want to use? So we got extra chaos damage and a lot of it. For gem cutters and glass blowers, don't need those. These are deadly. Minus the armor and evasion is a death sentence. Sucks because it's currency and quant rarity. If I do that, my armor and my evasion are going to go to 0. Unfortunately, I cannot do it. That's a death sentence. I don't like that one because the rewards aren't good, so we're going to leave that one alone. Not going to use it. Boss drops sextants. Sextants are always good. You need a nice big stockpile of those. That bonus really won't matter a whole lot. Down there's not good, so top one it is. We will do the top one. I don't need the sextants in standard, but for the sake of it's what we should be doing, I'll take it. If you love explosions and filling your screen with AoEs, Wild Strike is a good skill. Spark does it too, though. Spark's kind of the... Spark is the kind of give and go to. God's name was that? What was it? What did you do in your game? What? Okay. Apparently my wife got spooked, if anyone wonders what that noise was. She plays PoE too. I'm gonna make her do Aurabot with me next league. Probably not at league start. She'll be doing a minion build, but at some point I'll have her do Aurabot. Okay, so we got the boss down here. We don't want to do that right now. Bosses are always saved for last. Oop, I glitched out. Always do bosses last because of the delirium level. They're a free delirium level. You want to do it last. A little loud. I don't know that it picked it up. I didn't see, but it was a little loud. Omniphobia. Our axe bro. This kind of shows you I don't do a lot of damage, as you can see. Health moves down, but not a lot. That's the downside to this build, is it's not heavy damage. Single target, I should say. It is not single target heavy damage. I usually will just drag him around with me, and he'll take more damage on killing things. The more things there are, the more damage I do. To every target. Yeah, that's too loud. Because PoE's sound settings are extremely sensitive. You have to go into the settings of PoE and turn it down significantly. You hear me? Yeah, go to your sound settings, turn it down. But they're obviously not. You just heard how loud. Oh, why did he reset? That doesn't even make sense. Well, next patch that won't happen. One of the settings is causing your item drops to be super loud.
That sounded bad.
I don't know particularly which one it is. I just know that that sound is clearly much louder than your other ones. Okay, let's drag our axe. Ooh, let's drag our axe buddy away here. Come on, friend. Oh, he got me. Oh, that's sad. I didn't pay enough attention to his mechanic. Good enough. He should be far enough away. Now we want to try to stack our shrines here. We got so many shrines active in the map. Okay, so we'll do that. We got the gloom one too. Let's see, what do we got here? Come on, Cassia. No, not two different ways. I hate when you do that. So many mobs are gonna come out. Are they unaffected? That's so weird. It's not gonna matter. I'm gonna lose this because they're unaffected for some reason by the slow. So weird that the slow is not stopping them. It's so weird. The slow power would not stop them. Oh well, unfortunate. Off we go to the boss. Oh, didn't see we had a little corner over here. Boss. Dun, dun. Kill the boss till I've killed everything else. Don't kill the boss. Kill the Harbinger, not the boss. I think that's pretty much it. I think all we have left is the boss. You're so close. So very close. Is there nothing? So close to the next level. You guys enough to roll me over? Could go get it. Actually, I'll go get it with a ritual. Or altar? Gotta do what we gotta do. Gotta find a way to roll over this delirium level. I like rituals, but might be able to roll it over here with it. Come on, little ritual friends. Every mob's life matters. Closer, 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 closer. Come on. That level rollover. Last ritual altar. It's so close. Why? Uh, I don't know that there's anything we're gonna be able to do. I highly doubt he's going to push it over. Might just be out of luck. Yep. I think that we are out of luck here. I think we're gonna have to just take the L on the level. We didn't keep Cassie alive quite long enough. Womp womp. It's probably a combination of your volume settings.
My main volume, like every other thing in the game, is quiet.
I'll go into my volume settings here in a minute. Your fake sounds.
No, those are actually divine.
Fake. I don't believe you.
I got.
Okay, so go into your sound settings.
I can't.
What?
No. No. I'm gonna take that heart.
Why? Harbinger's great. Harbinger's the best. No, Harbinger's best.
Oh,
You go in sounds yet? So I have my master volume all the way down at 5%, and then I adjusted the other ones to about half. That's probably your issue at the moment. So you can put pretty much, if it's all the way down at 5 as master, you can put pretty much everything else at half. Chat alerts I have extra low, and then item filter alert I have slightly up from half. Sonia? You've closed it before I was finished talking. So item alert, you can put a little bit above half, so it's a little louder for your items to be seen. A little bit above half. And then chat alert can be quieter unless you want it louder. What's the one you have really low? Okay. But the master volume being low and then everything else being about halfway up is what I do. Okay, guys, it is 1:20. I am going to go into intermission and go get some lunch because I am starving. So I'm going to put this into mute and intermission, and then I will be back as soon as I have gotten a sandwich. Oh no. Camera's broken again. Why you do this, camera? Shh. Magic. Okay. For those of you that are still here, thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Sorry that I had a little bit longer than I had intended intermission there. I had to get food. Okay, so we will go back to it. All right, what map shall we farm next? Well, I have two favorite maps, at least till next league. It'll change next league because they're rotating them. But my two current favorites are Toxic Sewer and Cemetery. I like the stash cards that can drop. So I bought a good amount of these and farmed them during the league. They're good setups for me. I like them. We'll have to figure out which ones next league we're gonna do. I'll have to look over the sets of maps, talk with my friends, and decide, kind of settle on what I want to do. I think this time we will do extra infused harbingers since I have all these built up on standard. Yeah, I like that. We'll do that. See how many harbingers we can stuff into one map. Mwahaha. All their mods belong to me. My undead minions, go forth, get them. You do almost nothing but fight. Ooh, another void. Void cards, I get them everywhere. Consecrated ground, yuck. So we'll do the bottom one. One of these days I'll get a mirror. Swear to it. 8 years in this game and I've only ever gotten a mirror shard. We'll get it one day. I just have to keep doing Harbinger.
Now we need to
Wow. No faith? No faith in me? Waifu has no faith in my mirror. I will keep the dream alive. It's a matter of time, right? It's like playing the lotto. I have to win eventually. Right? Isn't that how the lotto works? The more tickets you buy, the more chance you have too, right? Thank God I don't play the lotto. That's also not a good card, even though it makes a loud sound. Go, Harveys, go. There's too many items. I can't wait for next league. Looking forward to that super amazing, inspiring campaign all over again. Can't wait. Campaign's like a couple hours. Then I'll be happy, I'll be in maps. Okay, so the minions having armor means nothing. We do elemental damage. No, stop hitting me. Bad mob, bad, stop it. Map boss does hindered, map boss does sextants. Sextants are always good. Again, don't care right now though. So many on standard. But in normal league, I would absolutely target sextants anytime I see them on those shrines. But I think we'll go with the chaos orbs, since I have so many sextants right now. Sextants are valued between 5 and 7 chaos though, so it's a good idea monetarily to always focus them. So, like, I took the chaos just for funsies, but I mean, 4 sextants from the boss is instantly anywhere from 20 to 30 chaos. So taking the chaos one technically is a bad choice. Monetarily. But I'm all about bad choices, so that's why I've saved up 700 or 800 of these stacked decks that I'm going to open today or tomorrow. Kept them instead of selling them because bad choices. Ooh, strength and int, not bad. Standard though, so who cares? But I point this out in all my videos. Always, always, always identify fractures. You never know when you're going to hit that T1 fracture. You hit a T1 fracture, you've either got a nice item or you've got something valuable. So you should always, see? Just like that. Tier 1 Chaos, Ursine Pelt. If this was a normal league, I could sell that for good money. I'd have to craft it first, but that would be a piece very good to craft on. Always wish it was 35, but 32 is plenty to craft and sell. And Ursine is not a bad base. Alright, Shrino. We make another bad choice, or do we make a good one this time? Let's see. Lesser Eldritch or crap. Divi card dupe, but it's at the cost of Scorch. I am immune to Scorch. I will gladly dupe my Divi cards for an ability that can't even hit me. Scorch me, bro. Don't ever do the boss until the very end. Save that boss. Save that boss for your very last delirium level. Always, always, always. Something else I never got this league. I started this league so late. I didn't get Headhunter this league either. Otherwise, this character would be so much more stable. I was so late to Crucible, I didn't get anywhere near the stuff done I wanted to get done. I really didn't like Crucible though, I'll be perfectly honest. I did not like the league. Like, the skill trees on the weapons were a cool mechanic, but the actual mechanic of Crucible itself was just garbage, I'll be honest. It was just garbage. Go into a tiny arena, kill some mobs that were just insanely overpowered on the 2 highest modes. You'd still kill them, but it's just insane what some of them would do in damage. Osis, Jedi Bob. I'm out of here. I want to deal with Jedi Bob. Jedi Bob is the worst. He just messes the whole map up. Very rude. Sacred Grove, but I'm not spec'd into it, so no thank you. Not spec'd into expedition either, so again, no thank you. I will just farm my map, take my mountain of treasure, and go home. Two or three voids, two or three chaotic dispositions, chaos, tons of cards, scarabs. Yeah. I'm good with my treasures. I would have liked to see a few more daddy harbingers though. RNG, but most of them in this map are small. I'll be back, Cassia, don't you worry. Don't you worry your little head, Cassia. That would normally be a good one. Minimum passives, channeling. But again, standard. Good one to sell, not for me to use. But that would also require me crafting it. I do not like crafting on anything but smalls. I feel it's kind of a waste of time. Okay, we're gonna chalk that up to a glitch. Got our axe boy. There's the harbingers. They were hiding in the corner. Bastards. You hide from me. I need your loots. And out of other monsters. Guess we'll sit here and kill him. We may or may not come back for that abyss. Don't care about it really. But depending on how Cassia goes, we may come back for it for extra delirium level. For now, I'm gonna go find us some shrines and do Cassia. There's, I swear there was a third. Maybe I was wrong. You're in Vol now. Guess there's just the two. Snatch. Snatch. Alright, Cassie, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do to us here? Oh, why? The worst. She did everything she could to make this horrible. We can get done. Get away. Get away. That's my pump. Oh my god, the knockback's move, pushing him into it. No. Get away. Yeah, there's so many. Cassia, I know, I'm sorry, I'm trying. Oh my god, I think I did it. I think I kept enough. No, don't come forward. No. No. Oh my god, no, don't hit it. No. Saved it. I did it. I did it, team. Blights are rough sometimes. Get off me. Oh, that was rough. Thank God for shrines. Without the shrines, that would have never happened. In shrines, we trust. Okay. Since we saved that. So this is another thing I point out in my other video on how to make between 2 and 500. It's these. You always want to make sure you pick up these anointed pieces of jewelry. You also want to make sure your inventory is not full before you do that. Let's go dump our mass of treasures. Easily made a couple hundred chaos that run. Oh, I need to find my stack decks. I have like 1,000 from the league that I'm going to open up and see what we get later. Either today or tomorrow, I'm just not sure yet. Okay, so we will go back in. Snatchy snatch our treasures. Okay, so I'm going to point it out real quick here to show people. If anyone doesn't know about it, these two sections. So this one here, light chests in your maps have 10% chance to contain the oil extractor. The extractor will let you break down the anointed jewelry to get one of the oils. One of the oils. There are certain pieces of jewelry, which I list in my other video if you want to go watch it. They have a 2 in 3 chance of having a gold oil. So if you don't want to go through the trouble of making the list yourself, just go find my other video that posts a sticky note on the screen, and that'll give you all the different anoints that have 2 out of 3 chances of a gold. This one you get because it gives you an additional anointed jewelry, so it gives you another chance at one of those that can be a 2 and 3 gold oil. So those are the two big things with the anointed there. Oh yeah, that was that channeling one I'm not going to bother with. All right, Blighty, you got junk. Junk. There's an extractor. I will take an extractor. Extractor means guaranteed gold. Just have to find a jewelry. So nothing particularly crazy, and we barely got to 11. That's good. So I don't have to do any side content that I don't want to do to roll the level over. I simply get to go do the boss and hit that 12th level and go home and repeat. But this is what I'll be league starting as, is Wild Strike. I love Wild Strike. It's kind of what I play. I've played it for 8 years and just tuned it every league until it's into a pretty ridiculously strong place. It's not meta, so it's never going to be like Bone Zone. It's not going to be Spark. But it does, as you can see, it does plenty of damage. I can clear maps really easily. Bosses take a little bit here, which doesn't really bother me because I'm so tanky in this build that, as you can see, like, I take no damage, and when I do, it almost instantly fills. So the tank ability is really good, survivability. And I love it. It's a melee attack with AoE splash, which I really enjoy. Put all of our treasures away. Then we will look at our list, which you cannot see. Sorry about that. And see if we got anything that we can break. Swagger. So that is a junk. Temporal Tower. Junk. Shock Nova Tower. Junk. So nothing good this time. Those three are no-goes. What else can we do? What else? What else? What else? Him. I do enjoy farming, but there's not a lot of point. I don't need the currency. This is standard, so. Could mess with some of these. The build isn't really made for bossing. It doesn't do endgame boss as well. It would be better with Headhunter or Mageblood, and then also I have a very close to top end weapon, but it could be better, and then it would be easier to do these bosses. My health pool is also a little low because some of these items were not optimal. Like I said, I got into this league late, so I wasn't able to really top out his gear. Not too big of a deal, though. These bosses are not going to be good for me, though. I already know that. I did mean to do a simulacrum. I had wanted to try that out. As you can see, I have 52, 53 including the one in the machine. I never got around to them. Hi, friend. Wanna be my friend? Are we friends now, friend? Friend. Smack you lacrum. Oh my god, so much treasure. Ah, dun, 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 dun. No, no, no. Yeah, sounds good. When will this get hard enough that it kills me? There we go. Do, do, do. You're not gonna drop anything good, don't drop anything at all. Mackie Lacrum. Whole 3 Jeweler's Orbs. Alright, so wave 4. We've got critty boys with critty things and critty stuff with critty things. Because crits. Basically, it just goes up in Delirious level. In case you've never done this. 5% more Delirium every time. Oop, I'm ambushing. I stole somebody's thief mod. Whoosh, whoosh. Stab it. Hate the teleport one. So obnoxious. Just want to kill. I can see why people don't do these, though. It's an obnoxious waste of time at these lower waves. With nothing of value. Not an exciting mechanic, either. Where's the monster? There you go. Well, that was more rewarding than prior. Nothing amazing, but better than last time. See if those rewards keep up. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Okay. At least we're getting slightly better rewards. Still not at high levels. 77 eye level. We need those to go up a bit. The monsters are still at 75 right now. It's not like this is even dangerous. I wonder if there's a way to amplify this. I haven't really messed with this much. What's that you say? You can't see my screen? Me neither. But things are dying. I'll take it. Much better reward. Just put away our treasures. At least the rewards are so. Oh, wait. Ooh. Incubators. I love incubators. They're some of my favorite items. Easter eggs. That's exciting, Wave. 50% delirious. Here we go. 10% less than I normally run my maps. We're almost to the map level of delirious. Almost. Another minimum one, however, don't need it. Okay, 55. I do like being able to sit still and just get paid. That's fun. Not as fun as roaming a map, but okay. I mean, they weren't good. None of these were good, but they made a lot of loud noises, so hurrah. And now my map tab is full. What do I do? Well, going in there. Alright, 60% delirious. Now we start my normal mapping level of delirium. And the mobs are now level 80. So this is semi on par with my mapping. Still probably not going to be very dangerous. Ooh, a unique. We finally got a unique. Hi, uniquey. Was I level 10? Was that why? I'll have to look at that. Nope, that was wave 12. Okay. Nope, do not put those there. I do want to find my missing stack decks. No, it's not them. There they are. I'll continue the simulacrum in a second, guys. If I don't do this now, I'm gonna forget to find them later. So give me just 1 second. There. Okay, let the fun resume. We are at 65 and 81 level monsters. Let's go! Speculaculacrum. I really should probably do more of this game's content. I just love farming the maps. I always end up just doing that. I don't do much else of the content. Probably really should. Okay. Yep. Got some essences. Wee. More inkies. Oh, my favorite. Inkies. I am not gonna have enough gear for all these inkies. Don't be a problem. I need more gear slots. Oh no. Eh. Why game? Why? We put them on the flasks. One there. No, I can't. Crap. Have to mess with them later. Sad. The monsters are starting to get a little bit of health. Not insta-killing them. Okay. I forgot to look. I think we're at like 70% delirious. Deliri fun boys. Well, that was very anticlimactic compared to the last rounds. Well, our item levels are almost to a point of being useful. Alright, 75 delirious. 82 eye level monsters. Go. The problem for them is the more monsters that there are, the more damage I do. Joke's on them. Summon more. Do, 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 do. 1 second. See who called my phone. A new mouse pad's out for delivery. Woo! No more of this giant hard plastic mouse pad. Alright. 80%. Let's go. I've almost lost my entire mind. 20% to go. You know, this would all be a lot easier if I had an aura bot. Too bad I don't. Need to get me an aura waifu. Keep saying that, but one doesn't appear. 85. Nothing problematic yet. I feel like the problem is going to appear at wave 30 when I have to fight Kosis, who I hate. If anybody wonders what that noise is, it's my wife. She is also playing PoE. I'm not sure what she found, but she got happy. Okay. Dude. No good.
Oh. I was CC'd for 28 seconds.
Yeah, you're dead. You died. You died. In case you didn't notice, your screen's gray.
CC'd for 28 seconds.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Why are you allowed to be CC'd for that long? That's ridiculous.
Alright, 90%, and the mobs are now 82. And have a lot of life. And are resistant of my damage. Okay. The game is trying to make itself difficult. But we will succeed. It's only a matter of time. The more monsters you send at me, the more powerful I become. Stop me. Oh, we got a homie map, but on tier 14. I want tier 14s. Tier 14s aren't worth. Come on, game. You gotta stop that. Need tier 16s. Alright, wave 19, and we have hit 95% delirium, level 83 creatures. Big boy crit. The monsters have big boy crit. This is gonna put my tank to the test. My survival is going to get tested in here, I can already tell. Where's the mob that's got the one-shot mechanic? Somewhere. I know it's somewhere. Not sure where. This wave? Next wave? I don't know. One of them's got a one-shot, though. But until that one-shot mechanic, I'll be fine. Promise. These mobs are very tanky, though. Not difficult, just obnoxious. Okay. Again, not excited yet. There's no mirror. No mirror, not excited. Okay, so we got 84 level creatures. 100% delirious. Okay. Okay. Let's go. I don't think he liked me going for the 100%. Creatures are getting a little tanky. My health moved a little. Oop, I see a boss down there. Looks like a Kosis. We've got a Kosis. Ooh, we've got a 50% mob. I hate those. They bring my health pool to 50%. I hate them. Why now? Ooh, we gotta go get Kosis while we got that. I don't think it's gonna affect him the way it affects me, though. Definitely not. It definitely did not do to Kosis what it does to me. Sad. Ow. Stop it, Kosis. Oh. Just swap our gem, I forgot. Single target, boys. Telling you, it's not my strength. Single target is not my power. This whole room's gonna get ugly. Oh, God, this is not going to be pleasant. If that one's gonna hit me. Ow. Come here, Kosi. You go. You keep these. Oh, oh God. Oh no. Kosis. No. Bad Kosis. Bad Kosis. No touch. Did that quick. This is why I need. This right here is exactly why I need Headhunter in the top end weapon. Oh. Okay. He got me. You win this round, Kosis. You win round one, Kosis. You win round one. Hope you're proud of yourself. Get my rage stacks up and we'll fight again. Not like that though. Great, now I'm being assaulted by my cat. Stop it. Don't need this right now, cat. It's not the time. My cat is on the side of Kosis. Kosis and my cat are a fighting team. Help. Oh my lord. You messed me up. Getting close though. Should be able to cull him shortly. Come on, Totem. Ah, oh, come on. No, don't do that. It's not what we want. Go, Totem, go. Go, Totem, go. Cull him. Good job, Totem. Good job. Totem MVP. What is that? What is this? Fuel socket a 25% increased effect per allocated passive skill between it and your class. Huh. Nifty. Nerfty. See what happens next. More 100%. Can't stop the 100% delirium. Oh, do we gotta fight him every round now? Oh, that's horrible. This is what happens when map farmers do content. We find out how horrible the content we avoided is. He's even beefier than he was. Still being assaulted by my cat. Ow. Damn it. Bad cat. I think my cat is permanently on Kostas' side. actually don't think I'm gonna get past this one. I think the mods he has are just too tanky. Yep, no, that's not gonna happen. His mods now are too tanky. Okay, well that was fun, but found my limit. I hit my ceiling. Good to know. Means I can probably do 100% delirium maps. Cannot do Ghosis, as we have now proven. All right, I'm being assaulted by my cat. I have to give her dinner, so I will be right back. Stop assaulting me. Okay. Everybody gets to see my spokesman. She's on the front of the channel. Everybody say hello. Say hi, Trixie. Yeah. Oh, oh dear, oh dear. She's not happy with me. It's okay. She's camera shy. Don't worry about it. Right back. Okay, we're safe. My cat, aka Kosis's sidekick, has been fed. She will no longer assist him in murdering me. Oh, good. How about you keep your commentary to yourself, waifu? Hmm? Ah. Alright, so what are we gonna mess with next? What are we gonna mess with? Hmm. What do we want to mess with next? I know that most bosses are going to end in the way that Kosis did, because I don't do super high single target damage. Is the holdback of my build. Do I need to talk my wife into Orabot? Or just finish my build next league. Not leave it half done because I missed half the league. That too. Your game is so loud. Tony. I will be right back. Tony. Hey, your game is really loud. Just need you to turn that down. Why do you have your headset on? Why do you have your headset on? Music? Why do you have your headset on?
I had to take.
Game's not in your head. Off? Why not? I can. Off. I think you could probably turn it up a smidge if you wanted to. Up to you. Okay. Punch out. Ooh, need my scarabs. Scrabs. Gotta have my scrabs. My divvy scrabs. Barbie scrabs. Blighty scrabs. Ooh. Right, I need my other scrab. What other scrab? What other scrab? We do torment. Spirits are always good. We'll do spirits. Oh no, I didn't pick an infusion. No, I forgot. My preciouses. Where's all my shrines? Where's all my Exarch shrines? Kill you right now, boss. Where are all the ghosties? Put that scarab in here. I've only seen one. I missed them? Did I just not notice them? At our first shrine? Yeah, whatever, we'll do this one. Consecrated ground of terribleness. Telling you, consecrated ground is the worst. Everything dies super slow. Okay. Now let's go find Cassia. There she is. Okie dokie. So then we got a shrine right there. Uh-huh. Oh, there's another shrine. Yeah, that's what I thought. Don't do me dirty, Cassia. Can you close that door? Oh my god. Okay, we'll put this. No, no. Oh my god, barely got. I gotta turn the filter off. Nope. You're making me nervous, Cassia. I'm trying to save you. Trying to save you, girl. Oh no, I ain't got no help. Oh no, 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 no. Left, where's mom? There it is. Make me more powerful pump. Get it. Get it, Trixie. Save the pump. Okay. Okay, let's go home and empty our treasure. Okie dokie, let's check our treasure chests. I didn't want to click that. Okay. Well, now we're doing this. It wasn't what I wanted, but here we are. Okay, well, now that that's done. Lighted map, you say? No. No, thank you. Not in this build. No, thank you. Maybe next league I'll make a spark build or something, you know. Go full meta. Ape. We'll see. I hate doing meta builds, but maybe to knock out bosses in endgame, maybe I'll play around with one. The currency I earn, we'll see. I have to find one I like. Okay, so did we get anything that we can break down here? Nope, both are tower, neither worth breaking down. Ready? I'm gonna wrap this up here, guys. I had a blast today farming, even though it's just standard league. I'll probably do a little bit tomorrow, maybe. Open up all them cards. And then the day after, we'll have the new league starting. So anybody who wants to follow me as I go through the campaign and play the new league, feel free to subscribe, like, and come back and see me tomorrow or the day after. Take it easy.